Okay, we're good. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't think I am. Probably am. If I feel like I'm forgetting something, I'm probably forgetting something. I already made a couple of changes this morning because I think my takeaway I just had to sleep on it, but my takeaway from yesterday's playtest was that we actually can reduce the number of wolf dens in the map. And not only is it going to help with the balance, because that map yesterday was insane, but it's also going to help with the animal populations not being overhunted, because there won't be as many wolves hunting them. So that's actually pretty good. And maybe the other thing... Oh shit. Oh, I never fixed that. Good. This is why you write stuff down. Okay, we actually have a bug to fix before I start playtesting again. We had... I guess the tracker is just not getting cleared, right? That's what it would be. So we're like a human that is no longer a shaman is getting stuck on the nearest shaman tracker, even though there are no shaman left. If there was at least one, it would update correctly to that one, probably. Depending on if there's a built-in range check. Nearest shaman. Okay, there is a shaman map. Perhaps if the shaman map is empty, would be one way of doing it. DS map empty. This function will simply return false if the specified previously created data contains any key value but true if it does not. If the global shaman map is empty, it makes me wonder if there's any other, any others where I need to do this. I haven't noticed it yet, but the more playtesting I do, the more stuff this seems to reveal. So we actually want that to be if it's not empty. Else, if it is empty, I mean, do I really need to worry about that? Or do I just... probably just to be on the safe side, let's clear all of those. It's pretty good. I just wonder if the... Hey Sherix, welcome back. How's it going? Wonder if there's any other trackers that need to be cleared in the same way to avoid stuff getting stuck on them. Alright. Oh, it seems like I actually have this, good. Seems like I actually have this set up for probably most of the other trackers. I just didn't think to do it for this one. I mean, it's set up for all of the trackers that are disabled sometimes, because when we disable them, we need to clear them. And most trackers can be disabled, so that was set. But the nearest shaman tracker would never actually be disabled. But if there were at some point some shaman, but then there no longer are any shaman, you would actually wind up with the last known shaman stuck on the tracker. So that was pretty good, pretty good. I think everything else should be fine now. Ooh, what about nearest freshwater? Because you could, let's see. Well, the instance wouldn't exist anymore in that case. You could go to the, you could be in a level that has streams in it, for example, and then go to the next level which doesn't contain any streams. And the stream from the previous level would actually be stuck on the nearest freshwater tracker. But the fact that it doesn't actually exist anymore would prevent any of this code from happening. And all of my stream related checks start with an instance exists check. What was that thing yesterday where I was, it's like it's the global clicked in the miracle code, instead of doing instance exists global clicked, I'm doing global clicked does not equal no one. It probably makes more sense to do an instance exists check there, but it's not a big deal because it only happens when you click on things. It's also really stupid that I don't just clear global clicked at the beginning when you click and then find out what you're clicking on. In fact, you don't even need to clear it. Or maybe there is a reason to clear it. Let's not mess with it, just in case. But it's just going to be overwritten by the new thing that you just clicked on anyway, so I don't know if there's actually any point to clearing that variable at all, to be honest with you. So anyway, I think we don't actually need to worry about disabling this one. And then active drums. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, everything seems to be pretty good. So we shouldn't have this bug anymore. We can test it. We can test it. Of course, I'm compiling with YYC, but hopefully this is all correct, and that's fine, because I'll just go into the playtest next. I'll be honest with you, the fact that my playtests are like making it all the way to level 3 now makes me want to add more miracles to the game so we can have like a 4th level's worth of miracles. I know that's not my priority. I should really finish these sprites. Yeah, I have to do that. I can't allow myself not to do that. So I'll finish the sprites and then I'll do it. Then I'll start, I think I'll start adding new miracles to the game for a bit. That'll be nice. That'll be a nice change of pace, change of scenery. Bit different from the stuff I've been doing recently. We even refactored, sort of did a little bit of refactoring on the miracle code yesterday as well. So, I'm gonna want to make a shaman, which will then be added to the nearest shaman tracker of all of the other humans. That should be fine. Just give them a second to figure out. I mean, it really will take literally 60th of a second, but so they should all know that that's the nearest shaman. But then if I reassign them to be something else, like a carpenter... Oh, I'm not in test mode, am I? How can I damage these humans? There really isn't a way to do that if I don't have any miracles. My bad. I'll go in test mode, then I can set one of them on fire or something. Alright, how many shaman have we got this time? 2. So... where are they? My eyes... can't... oh, there they are. Okay, so this is the last known shaman to exist here. If I reassign them to be... what's something that I can easily keep track of? Maybe if I make it something that we don't have anything else of. Yeah, let's get rid of the fishers. Even though I like the fishers. And then I will convert this shaman, where'd they go? I've lost them again. There they are. Into a fisher. Just so we can easily identify. Well, I mean, if it's still bugged, we'll know which one they are. True. And now if I cause somebody to take some damage, we'll get this guy's health down a bit. Presumably one of the water bearers will extinguish them anyway, yeah. Thank God. So now... ah, it's still bugged. So he's trying to visit this shaman that is no longer a shaman. What? If the shaman map is empty, then we should clear nearest shaman. So this kind of implies that the shaman map is not empty? Well, there's your problem. Squeeze me? Why am I not clearing the shaman map? What are you, insane? Jesus Christ, that dog is losing its mind. It's interesting how in, like, a rough neighborhood like this, the dogs are all completely insane as well. Because they reflect the owners, right? The dog is... it's never the dog, it's the owner, right? There's a lot of dogs around here that are just fucking losing their shit. Okay. Where is it? What the hell is it, dude? Well, that is the shaman one. Okay, that makes sense. Here we go. So it's just a massive oversight on my behalf. Shaman map. MP, DS map, delete shaman map gift key. Beautiful. And we just gotta go through and add that let's just highlight that. I think it's quite good that my mic doesn't pick up any of the background noise. It makes the stream actually probably a lot more watchable than it would be if you could hear what I can hear most of the time. That is it. There we go. Okay, so I literally just totally forgot to do that. Ah, the weakness of the flesh. It's possible it wouldn't have even been a problem. That's a good question. Now I'm compiling with YYC again. It's going to take forever. Do we actually need to make sure that we clear it if the shaman map is empty, or will it kind of just clear itself? I don't see how it would clear itself, because none of that code is going to be run. So it probably is necessary to do this still. At least we get the faster in-game loading times by compiling with YYC. If I compile with YYC too many times in one day, though, my PC does kind of start to explode. Alrighty then. Okay, we have 3 shaman this time. Let's make it so we only have the 1. And then... where the hell are they? I can never see them. There they are. And we'll convert them... it doesn't really matter what I convert them into. Is there anything... we only have a single guard. What I'll do is I'll convert our guard into something else, and I'll convert our elusive shaman, or where'd they go? That's a drummer. There they are. Into a guard, and then I will injure one of the humans. We do have a couple of water bearers, so they'll extinguish them. And then we'll see if they try to visit that guard for healing, which obviously they can't provide because they're a guard, not a shaman. I think one of the the water splash particle effect that I made is one of my favorites. I actually do put, you know, some time and care and attention into the particle effects because they will probably remain the same in the final game as well. Okay, well, they are not attempting to visit anybody for healing because there are no shamans, so that's fixed. We have fixed the bug. Also, they cannot be healed now. I suppose some sort of a healing spell for the player would be nice, just an alternative way of healing people besides using shaman, maybe. I'm not sure. You know, I do. It's like the same reason that I'm not super jazzed on the fur spell is that, like, well, if you can just conjure fur, then hunters are less important. Don't really like that so much, but it might be okay to have some sort of a healing spell as long as we balance it correctly with the amount of power that it consumes or something like that. And maybe it could appear sort of in the mid-game, perhaps before you get to the rainforest, which will have some of the most deadly creatures, so something to help you survive those creatures better. Although there would be you would probably have miracles unlocked by then that would allow you to basically avoid fighting any of the creatures in the first place, so why would you need to heal? Well, it can always go wrong. It's not like everyone's going to play perfectly all the time. So I've reduced the number of deer herds back to 8 like it was originally, which I think is better because the map was just swarming with them. It was a little bit too many, but we have still increased the maximum herd size from 10 to 14. So I like that there are more deer on the map. And I've removed one of the wolf dens, although there's no wolf dens in this map at all because it's Beginner Island where there are no deadly creatures. This eventually will be the tutorial stage. But I have to build a whole frickin' tutorial system for that. And I need a dialogue system, but I'm just going to use Scribble. Because why would I make my own when somebody's already made a perfectly good dialogue thing? Extension for GameMaker. Anyway, so we can't really see anything because it's so dark, but if we could see, we would see that there are less deer in the map. But by reducing the number of wolves, hopefully, and also increasing the herd size, potential herd size, hopefully we won't have any issues with them going extinct. I'd say they probably will still go extinct. It's probably going to take a little bit more balancing than just removing one of the wolf dens. But we are hopefully moving in the right direction. And the primary justification was after yesterday's playtest, I was like, that was insane. You know, that was the most insane. It didn't really fit the pacing of like how frequently I want combat to sort of happen in the game, right? It was like we were constantly being attacked. And a simple way, it's sort of two birds with one stone, a simple way of reducing the frequency at which combat happens is to reduce the number of wolves in the map. And I've also changed the spawn system so that the wolves will spawn further away from each other than they did previously, like the minimum distance at which they can be from another wolf den is increased to 240 units. I almost did 300. My gut feeling was 240, but it was 150 before, so I was like, oh, I'll double it. And then I was like, no, I'll do 240. That was probably right. Because the map is only like 512 by 512, so that's nearly the entire map. It wouldn't leave much room for them to actually spawn in. So 240 is probably good. It will probably kind of ensure that they're on pretty much opposite sides of the map from one another. Which is also good because wolves will fight other wolves, you know, because they're territorial. And they will just kill each other off. Which is interesting if it happens occasionally, but problematic if they're always just killing each other. Like if they were spawning right next to each other. But I do, yeah, oh boy. The save that I made yesterday in the savannah was made in the savannah, so I can't procedurally do, well, I can by playing in test mode and using the level select menu to skip right to that level, but I can't continue my playthrough and get the new, like, and test these changes that I've just made. Unfortunately. But we're just reusing the same creatures in every level right now anyway, so it's gonna change eventually. Well, I think what this means is that we're actually getting close to the point where I do really need to start thinking about adding the new creatures to the game. It's becoming necessary. It's becoming a top priority, if you will. But I kind of want to do it last. I kind of want to make sure that's sort of the last thing that I'm doing. So, but for the sake of like pitching and even just playtesting, like people probably won't put more than a couple of hours into the game. So they'll play through like the first couple of levels or whatever, in which case it won't be too bad. If somebody really does decide to beat the entire game right now, as soon as they get past level 3, the miracles and, well, I mean, the creatures have already been repeating in every level, but both the creatures and the miracles will just be repeated every level beyond level 3. But I think it serves well enough to like work as a vertical slice or a prototype to be used in pitching, because probably nobody's going to play more than an hour of it to formulate an opinion. It is a game that promotes longer play sessions though. And I do want it to be a fairly long campaign overall. You know, I mean, if we're talking like an hour per level, 10 levels, we're looking at like a kind of a 10-hour game minimum right now. I'd like it to be longer than that. I don't think I'm going to quite achieve like 80 hours or something. I mean, through, you know, I'm talking for like just a sort of kind of like a regular playthrough. But through things like achievements, we can, you know, incentivize, we can give it more replay value. Some people might just, you know, it might just be like their favorite game, and they'll just play it and play it and play it, and just play it to death until they've absolutely exhausted it of everything it has to offer them. But that's not going to be everyone. Most people will just beat it. A lot of people, an interesting thing, a lot of people will buy your game and never play it. I mean, you've probably got games in your Steam library that you've never played. That happens a lot. But as long as you've got their money, it really doesn't matter. I mean, it would be nice if they played it and reviewed it. That would really help. But a lot of people will buy your game and never play it. But yeah, I think most people will sort of play for 8 to 10 hours or something. They'll probably try and beat the game. That was it. I reminded myself, thank goodness, this is what you get when you yap. Sometimes you just need to yap until you remember what you're supposed to be doing. I want to disable the thing that replenishes the conservation meter when the animals reproduce naturally, which also makes it a lot more intuitive, because the only thing that is going to have any effect on the conservation level is player actions, which makes it a lot easier to associate your actions with when the meter goes up or down, rather than it just mysteriously going up and you're like, what? I didn't even do anything. Why is it going up? So it would be in, I think it's in the kind of like birthing or labor, what is it called? Actually, it's part of the hibernation, right, with the bears. Did this happen yesterday? Because we played for so long on this playtest that we actually got to winter. We went through all 4 seasons. Did the bears go into hibernation? And I just didn't really, like, clock it? Did the bears disappear during winter? Because they are supposed to. They are supposed to hibernate for the winter. And that's such a nice thing as well. I'm not, you know, I was so distracted. I'm not sure I even noticed it if it did happen. But it's like, you know, you're dealing with these bears and these wolf attacks for like 3 seasons out of the year. It's actually really nice. It's a relief to not have to deal with those bears anymore for a season. I kind of like that, especially when you've been battling them for, you know, the past 3 seasons. But the thing is, they will also emerge from hibernation with more cubs. So any of the bears that didn't have cubs will probably have cubs. Yeah, I was thinking about it this morning. I haven't actually seen any of the bear, like, mating behavior or anything. I've seen deer mating during the rut. I've seen it, like, once. I just spotted it. You know, I tested it all when I originally implemented it and stuff. But actually, like, just on a, like, naturally or whatever, or on a playthrough, I've only seen it once. It was quite the moment, though. So it's nice with those sort of rare behaviors when you do catch them. It's interesting when you spot, like, animals hunting each other or migrating or mating or like, you know, vying for dominance or whatever, doing their different, like, behaviors. It's just something interesting. You just kind of spot it and you realize, like, oh, this is actually like a living ecosystem. It's not just a bunch of reskinned NPCs that don't really do anything beyond attack and run away or something like that. They are alive, if you will, and they all have their unique behaviors. Anyway, that's not what we're doing right now. We are trying to... We're just going to comment this out, because I might want to bring it back later. But, well, to be honest with you, I can just do a global search. And go through and... It saves me some time. Comment these out. So the conservation level isn't going to go up by like 1 billion when the rabbits reproduce, because, let me tell you, they reproduce at an alarming rate. It's the whole reason the foxes were introduced to the game. Was purely to keep the rabbit population under control. I'm still not sure how well balanced that is. The rabbits seem to be surviving just fine. The deer have been going extinct. And that's because, I forget exactly how it's set up right now, but it's something like, if I had to guess, it's like the wolves won't hunt rabbits unless they're in a hunting party of 2 or less wolves. Something like that. And generally the hunting parties are larger than that, right? If a pack of wolves is between, what is it, 5 and 9? 9 is the maximum size of a wolf pack. I forget what the minimum size is. And then they just randomly, like, select a number of wolves from the pack to form a hunting party. Hungry wolves, they have to be hungry to join the hunting party. So usually it's larger than 2. So generally they're hunting deer, not rabbits. The idea is to add moose eventually. Sage wisdom there, Xerix. Yeah, we're gonna add moose to the game eventually. That's sort of the first, when I finally do start adding new creatures to the game, that's going to be the first one that we do, because it's going to appear in the first level. And it is a herbivore that is also deadly. It will attack if provoked, or if defending its fawns, or fawns? Calves. I think baby moose are called calves. Because you have a bull moose and a cow moose, and then you probably have a calf moose, or a moose calf. A moose bull, a moose cow, and a moose calf. And don't even mention the Mises. So, and they're going to be, they don't, the crazy thing is that they don't provide a lot of fur, actually, but they provide an unbelievable amount of meat, like, you know, enough to feed the tribe for a really long time. Not entirely sure how long, but a lot. But they're pretty useless for fur. And fur is the reason that we're hunting everything into extinction, because we're trying to build the tents. It's also, it's down to my, like, I typically go for a party of 5 hunters, right? Because they can fend for themselves much better. They don't die as often if there's 5 of them. They can defend themselves pretty well. And I usually rely on them pretty heavily to bring in the majority of the fur that we need. But I've got to think that most players aren't going to be doing that. They're going to be doing a bunch of completely unpredictable shit that I never thought of, which probably doesn't involve having like 5 hunters. They'll probably have like 3 or something, and then some other stuff. Maybe they'll have more worshippers, or, you know. So they'll be using power. They'll be hunting a bit less and using more power to conjure fur instead. I don't know. It's hard to say. But part of the reason that everything's being part of the reason for the overhunting right now is probably the amount of hunters that I typically use in my playthroughs. What is my printer doing? I think it's become sentient. It's making noises. Wake up, Neo. Alright. So that's that done. That is everything that I actually wanted to do. So, and I was also thinking about decrementing. Is that even a word? I think it is. Decrementing the conservation level every time you catch a fish as well. But then we get into the territory of like, is a fish life worth the same as a deer life? Or something like that. All lives are equal, but not in this game. Not when it comes to balancing the conservation meter. I don't know. We need to probably, because I only wanted to use whole numbers, but we don't have to. Like a fish could be worth 0.25 or something, and every 4 fish you catch, it goes down by 1. Something like that, because, especially just because of the way that it works, there is actually a limitless supply of fish in the ocean. There's also no way of replenishing it, but there's also no way of replenishing the animals right now either. I'm thinking of adding a herd miracle, basically, which would create a new herd. So you could use that to increase your conservation score between 7 and 14, assuming it's a herd of deer. Maybe we, like, rather than having it so that you can fish anywhere on the coast, and I still want to do this thing where we remove the fishing spots that shouldn't be on the, like, the small pools of water that aren't actually the coastline. But instead of having it where you can fish anywhere along the coast, what if we had, like, sporadic fishing spots with, like, a little particle effect or an animation or something with some fish swimming around beneath the surface? And it's like you can fish this spot until it's depleted, and then it takes some time to regenerate, kind of like when you pick berries from the bushes and they take a while to regrow. What if it was like that? Also, I realized that if we wanted to be accurate with the bushes, then they should only fruit during the spring, right? Or something like that. Or maybe it would be easier to just do it in the summer, because that's when the fruit would be ripe, I guess. I don't know. I'm not exactly an experienced forager. Which would mean, I think the reason I didn't do it, 1, it's more work, and 2, the foragers become much less viable if you can only use them during one season out of the year. And there's like no other reason to have foragers any other time of the year. You would probably just forget about them. So we probably just don't want to do that. We just want to say, like, in this universe there are these bushes that produce berries all year round. Why not, you know? They're imbued with divine magic, okay? They're magical berries. But this idea with the fishing spots being able to deplete them would be interesting. And then maybe you could have a miracle that replenishes them. See, for the reason that I mentioned before, I've always been resistant to the idea of having any miracles that just conjure resources, particularly food. Even though we can conjure water with miracle water and we can conjure fur with miracle fur. Instead of being able to just directly conjure food and like put it into the store, if we could create it but still require the gathering classes to gather it, that kind of solves the problem of making the gathering classes redundant. And in that sense, maybe Miracle Herd would actually replace Miracle Fur, instead of having both in the game. I could even have like a bush miracle, and you could become a farming sim. You could plant your own bushes, which would be very strong for like the vegan playthrough. If you're only trying to survive on berries alone. Interesting ideas here. Yeah. I think that might be the way to go. We needed the fur miracle mainly to try and help prevent the overhunting of the animals. But if we can create animals instead, problem solved, and we still need the hunters to hunt them to get the fur. Big fan of that idea, I think. It also... I think the pacing would be better as well, because if you can just bank a ton of power and like conjure all of this fur, you can build the entire camp almost instantly. And that totally trivializes the building of the camp. Whereas if you still gotta hunt the animals, it's at least something to slow it down a little bit and actually increase the value of the hunters and get you engaging more with the mechanics. I'm gonna write all this stuff down because we're not doing miracles yet. I still have to draw those sprites, but we actually fixed that, didn't we, the other day? Wow. We have fixed a lot of bugs just recently here. That's what happens when you actually playtest the game. You find all the bugs. Where's my little list of miracules? I think I remembered what haste is. Haste isn't a movement speed buff, although that was what I first thought. Haste is a thing that allows them to perform actions faster. It would actually also increase attack speed, because that's an action, technically. They're all actions, everything's an action. Interesting idea. Maybe a movement speed. Maybe miracle speed. Miracle speed. That would be. Put that on there as well. Why not? Because if haste is action increases action speed, then maybe a movement speed one. And then where's my? I don't have any mention of the herd miracle on here at all. Herd, bush, fish. I quite like this idea. Yeah. And that way I'd actually be able to achieve this thing that I kept saying I wanted to achieve, which is not having any miracles that conjure resources directly without having to actually have the humans gather them. It's the same way that we do with like miracle firewood and miracle forest. You can create a forest, but you still need the carpenters to chop down the trees. That's not true. You can actually pick up the trees and convert them into wood directly. But you still got to pick up the tree and do that. So there's at least one additional step in the process. Yeah. Oh, the other thing, I kept saying, like, it's pissing me off that the carpenters keep gathering firewood constantly, like, forever, just because it's their downtime activity. Is there anything that stops them from doing that once there's a certain amount of firewood in the store? Because I really wish there was. I don't know quite how much firewood that should be. Like, probably just if the amount of firewood is equal to or greater than the population size or something, then they should stop gathering firewood for a bit. Then again, they only gather firewood at a rate of one piece of firewood at a time, so as soon as they use one of those, they'd be back to gathering the stuff, but it would slow them down a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if it's even worth doing. Let's just take a look, though. That's already there, but it's population size times 2. I think I'll just remove that. So they'll only gather firewood up to the number of humans in the tribe, and then they'll stop. Alright. It's not going to make much of a difference, as it was already kind of in there, and it wasn't really... Although, I don't think they ever actually got above 60... I think they got, like, to 30... close to 30 firewood. I saw it in the 20s. I don't think they ever got anywhere close to double the population size. Okay. I've not been keeping up with the patch notes very well. I can't even remember half of the stuff that I've done. Fishers have a chance of drowning whilst fishing. We did that. I don't even know what section I would mention this in. It's like an environmental thing or something. Levels are now procedurally generated. Just that one line. That's massive, though. Dude, get out of here. What environment? Is it an environment? I don't know. Environmental. Going mental, trying to figure out what I should call this thing. Fire now spreads. I don't say now, otherwise literally everything in the patch notes says now. It even says levels are procedurally generated. You gotta stop saying now in the patch notes. Fire spreads between flammable objects. That's new. There's no mention of that anywhere in here. Did I make any new particle effects recently? The mana regen particles. Mana. Now fire now spreads between flammable objects now. Yeah. The most unreadable patch notes in the world. Mana. That's the new mana regen. That's the new particle effect, as well as drumming. There's probably more that I've forgotten that I made at this point. I don't do a great deal of particles, but I'm sure I did something. I don't know. I changed how the bleed effect works. Where would I put that? It's like a general creature thing. But it doesn't apply to all creatures though. Well, it's only certain creatures inflict bleed, but all creatures can bleed, I think. That's not true. It's not true. Foxes can't bleed, nor can they inflict bleed. I don't know if rabbits bleed either, actually, because they die so quickly. Maybe they do. I don't know. This would probably be in like some sort of status effects category or something like that, right? Which would be a subcategory of the creatures category. Creatures no longer pass through solid objects that were created or moved after they began traveling. Yeah. Peaches. Creatures passively regenerate health at a rate of 1 HP every 3 hours or 2 HP every 3 hours while sleeping. Creatures become less intimidating the lower their health. Wounded creatures move slower. Status effects. Subcategory of status effects. Bleed. Bleed at a rate of 1 HP per second for 10 seconds. That's what bleed does. The drummer buff is kind of a status effect. Kind of. It's more of a... It is a status effect, but it's an area of effect. You have to be standing in the area of effect to receive it. I don't know, I think I've already talked about the drummer buff. I need another sub-heading here for this section now. For the animules. Okay. I have not put out patch notes in so long that I have like 5 pages of patch notes now, and I haven't even been updating them. I just kind of gave up on them at some point. That's not even including the 5 pages of bug fixes. Oh my god. Okay. What else needs to be in the patch notes? We added return portals to the game. You can now levels. I have a levels section. Wait, if I have a levels section, maybe I did already. No, that levels are procedurally generated. You can return to previous levels. I mean, you couldn't do that before, so I guess I should mention that there. But it's a new construct type, really. Constructs portal. The portal is now the exit portal. Left click on an active exit portal to perform an exodus. I always want to say mass exodus, but the term exodus implies that it's a mass migration of, or a mass departure of people. I don't think a single individual can perform an exodus. You would just be leaving. Okay, entrance portal and a return portal. They are actually called entrance portals, but I really like the term return portal because it's very clear as to what it does. It returns you to the previous level. Return portal. I mean, return portals just exist now. So that should be in the new constructs thing. Although I could put left click on an return portals are always active, so do I even need to say that? Just left click on an return portalium to perform to return to the previous level. Except for in the final level, but we probably won't call those return portals. We'll call them like incarnation portals or something. Yeah, I like that. In the good ending, there will just be a portal there will be one portal for each level. So you can return to any level. In the bad ending, there will be one portal that returns you back to the first level. And you can play through the game again on New Game Plus and try and redeem your sorry ass and get the good ending. Or you can just sit in hell for eternity and think about what you've done. I don't know. Oh yeah, new construct. Shouldn't I just have a subheading that says new constructs instead of constantly repeating new construct type? New construct, new constructs. Portalium stone. Expansion stone. Return portal. It's all the new constructs. I've become Cat Jam. What else have I done to this goddamn game? I guess I can look at source tree. I need a drink. I'll be right back. We got groceries in today, and I'm very happy to say the milk is in date. Huge W. Yeah, a lot of the bugs, I don't mention them because it used to work, and then I broke it, and then I fixed it again whilst changing stuff. Due to a lot of the refactoring or optimization that took place recently. Yeah, a lot of behavioral updates to water bearers and stuff. I mean, we don't even... I don't think I even mentioned that the water bearers will extinguish fires now. I don't think there's much need to go into much more detail than the fact that they will extinguish burning tents and humans. Like all the specifics of how it works and things, that doesn't need to be player facing, does it? It just needs to work in a way that's intuitive. Did I ever mention that carpenters can repair tents now? Yeah. Yes, I did. Okay. Time to unlock expansion stones increased from 24 to 48 hours. And that is the same for portal stones and shrines. Wow. I mean, portal stones and expansion stones didn't used to exist, and shrines used to do all three things. And these patch notes are still talking about how, like, expansion stones and portal stones exist now and all that. Pretty crazy. Sprites. I added a ton of sprites to the game. Did I mention that anywhere? Put a lot of work into those. We should at least mention it. Oh yeah, there's sprites now. Yeah, it took 3 months. Hope you like them. That didn't take quite that long. It took a long time, but I had to intersperse it with other stuff. I can't handle that much pixel art. I'll go insane. I can't stand it. Where would you mention that? I mean, that probably should be in its own category to separate it from mechanical stuff. Excuse me. UI, cursor effects, particles, sprites. I guess we just have like a sprites section. I'll put it after particles. Why not? Sprites, subcategory, new sprites. What sprites have I done so far? And let's put them in alphabetical order if we can. There's the ungifted humans. We're not doing that. That should be first because we're not. Yeah. Ungifted human male and female. They all have male and female. Should I just say humans? And it's kind of both genders are implied. Ungifted humans, carpenters, drummers, elephants. We don't have elephants in the game. Fishers and foragers, I mean. Fishers, foragers, guards, hunters, shaman? Is it shaman next? Worshippers. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's one that I'm missing. It's crazy that I'm able to forget what's in my own game somehow. Water bearers. There we go. I'll do a subheading because these are human sprites, and we did add some humans. We did add a construct men here. It's going to be real confusing to anyone who's gotten used to me calling it the obelisk, and now I'm like, the men here. The men where? Okay. I need to update because it in the description of the current action that they're performing, it always says like traveling to obelisk, worshipping at obelisk. It needs to be changed to say men here. If that's really what it is, that's the term, that's what they're called. What else? Nameplates. We added nameplates to the UI and cleaned up all the health bars. Sorry, have you guys just been staring at a black screen? Sorry about that. UI stuff. UI. A loading screen with a loading bar now displays when starting a new game. Holy shit, dude. That's been... Yeah, we've had that for a long time. A game over message now displays when your population reaches 0, including the amount of time you survived. I'm proud of that one. I like the game over screen. Big fan. but it's not truly game over. Like, that's why it puts the game over screen on screen, but you can still control everything and do everything, because you can actually resurrect somebody on the game over screen and carry on. And the game over screen disappears and the game just carries on. You could also create a new human with Miracle Life. Notifications now display when looting/depositing items. No, that's true. Yeah, depositing as well. And supplying, looting. Let's not use slash. Let's say looting, depositing, and supplying items. What was the thing that I was actually trying to do? Nameplates. Creatures now have toggleable nameplates. Alright. They sure do. What else? I don't know if I need to really mention all the little balance tweaks that I made to the spawn system. Doesn't feel necessary. Oh, we added sleep deprivation to the game. Did I mention that somewhere on the patch notes? Yes, humans become sleep deprived after being awake for 72 hours straight, causing them to take twice as long to... I think I would rather break this into two. They become sleep deprived after being awake for 72 hours straight, and then we put sleep deprivation in the status effects section. Sleep deprivation. Actions take twice as long to perform, something like that. That was a pretty good change. Don't know if we need to mention it though. So it used to be that How's it work? How's it work again? I don't feel like my note here makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's something like if the total available tent space or sleeping spaces is greater than or equal to the population size, then you will interrupt humans that are outside of the sphere of influence at night because you can guarantee that they have a place to sleep. Whereas, if that is not the case, we don't interrupt humans that are outside of the sphere of influence at night, so they just sort of carry on doing what they were doing. So it's like if they're out there hunting or something, they will hunt, they will continue hunting, unless camp is like fully built, you've fully established camp, because then they're like, oh, we might as well head back for the night because we can guarantee that we've got a place to sleep. Otherwise they would do this weird thing where they would stop doing what they were doing, and then all of the tents would fill up with all of the humans that were still back at camp, and then they would like stopping what they were doing and carry on doing what they were doing. And it just looked weird. It's like, how did they telepathically know that all of the tents back at camp are full? I mean, they could do the math, but why would they stop in the first place if they could do the math, you know? So now they don't. They just don't. It is as simple as that, though. It's not like there's anything really very complex about it. You could make it... I don't know what you could do. I don't even want to think about it. It works good enough. It's fine. No, I don't want to do that. Update now. Jesus Christ, there's 1,000 trees in the boreal forest now? Okay. Or you can move tree stumps now. Should we mention that? I'm assuming we mentioned that there are tree stumps now. I don't know. Did we? Do I have a plants section here? Nope. Was this added in some previous patch, though? Or have I yet to release patch notes that mention the fact that trees now leave stumps behind when you chop them down? There's no mention of any updates to the plants in the last batch of patch notes, which was version 0.4.8.1. Wait, hold on. I just found it. Plants, trees. Trees now leave behind, hey Nemo, how's it going? Trees now leave behind tree stumps when felled. Tree stumps no longer block line of sight. Tree stumps? Now tree stumps can now be moved now. Tree stumps are movable. Movable? Can be moved with miracle hand. Is that an update to the tree stumps, or is that an update to miracle hand? I don't know. Trying to pass work, okay. Yeah, I'm updating the patch notes because I've been neglecting it. I've been neglecting it. And I guess whichever build gets released, or whichever build we wind up using for the upcoming Steam playtest, will be the one that I put the patch notes out for, because that's going to be like a major milestone. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of this, I mean, yeah, a lot of this stuff doesn't seem like it's worth mentioning. Done a lot, not all of it really needs to go in the patch notes, I think. That's fine. That's good enough. I think we've done enough for now. Awesome. Now we can finally play the game. Can I drink your elixir of the mongoose? Here we go. I'm going to have to start a new playthrough, though, if I want to test these balance changes. Let's see what we find today. Wow, imagine a playtest where I didn't find any bugs. That would be pretty insane. It's a good sign that we're shifting from finding and fixing bugs to, like, balancing stuff. Less bugs, more balancing. So we're getting somewhere, I would say. We're pretty damn close to a nice, playable sort of build. Even the seagulls agree. Oh yeah. New game it is. I'm going to skip Beginner Island. I'm just that good. This is where I die instantly. Sometimes you just get a really bad spawn and you do die before you manage to really get the tribe going. But that's what Beginner Island is for. Okay, we've got a nice stream on this side. Let's get the store. Yeah, I immediately have to start min-maxing and power gaming. I can't just be normal, can I? No, I'm afraid not. Right on the coast here, fishers would be good. I was just thinking, should I deviate from my usual 5 hunters build and do 3 hunters and a fisher and a forager in the mix as well? I think I opted against it ultimately. Okay, let's get some guards and some shaman before everything goes horribly wrong. Alright, and everybody who's returning from the stream can basically be a worshipper. Start accumulating some power. We've added a power bar to the UI Nemo. I'm not sure if you've seen that yet. And power is now capped at 10,000. It's over 9,000. Yep, this one. It will slowly fill up. Or actually quite quickly with this many worshippers, I suppose. But we're going to need more than just worshippers here. We need at least one drummer, I would say. I do like the drummers. And that's going to help us get the water in more quickly. Oh, Yeah, I thought we might have some trouble with this bear. There we go. Quick bonk on the nose and it's away. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not sure how many of these you've seen. We've got the worshipper sprites now. Drummer sprites. I'll put her on the other side so you can see the mask. Fishers. I did fishers recently. They're one of my favorites actually. I think they turned out quite well. Jesus Christ. Here's the new fishers. They have these ridiculous fish masks. Worshipper and drummer masks look excellent. Thank you. The worshippers are a reference to Aku Aku from Crash Bandicoot. They have the same color feathers on the top of the mask and a very similar design overall. We've got quite a few little references in there to different shows and games. It just kind of happened because I guess I'm totally influenced by those things whether I like it or not. I'm just a conglomeration of all the media I've consumed. And the foragers, I did the foragers. They turned they turned into the bee shaman. If you've ever seen that cave painting of the bee shaman with all the mushrooms, they basically just turned into that guy. That wasn't intentional, but the bee shaman's in the game now. So I've still got 9 so we're gonna need, well, the thing is we're gonna need a couple of water bearers here. So I just have the breeders and the children left to do. As you can see, the children are still just cuboids. What a terrible existence. Yeah, I need to place the rest of the tent foundations down. David would always joke that it sounds like a charity or some sort of non-profit. The Tent Foundation. Support the Tent Foundation to ensure that every tribe has all the tents they could possibly dream of. Clear some space. We can get the feng shui right. I like to build it like a half circle, usually. And little insider knowledge. Don't build your tents near the campfire, otherwise they'll catch fire. That's why I keep them far away. But don't tell anyone, because it'll be funny when they burn their camp down. So how are we doing on fur here? We almost have enough fur to get the store built. I think I'll just use a little bit of my power to get the rest of that fur that we need. And I think I'll go 2 water bearers and 1 breeder. Why the hell not? And then we'll have 6 worshippers, which is still enough to unlock 2 things simultaneously, because it's 3 per thing. I am a little bit concerned for that lone forager. I wouldn't be surprised if they got eaten alive. So we were talking earlier about new miracles that we could do, and I'm thinking we'll actually perhaps replace Miracle Fur with Miracle Herd, because I don't like this idea that you can just conjure resources and then you basically don't need the humans to gather them anymore. It kind of makes them redundant, or at least less valuable. So if we did that, and then I was thinking about making it so the fishing spots can be depleted even. So they only would have a certain amount of fish, and then once it's run dry, they would have to go find a different fishing spot, but there might be a miracle that allows you to replenish fishing spots or something. Although that would be a bit strange that you could only add fish to the ocean at very specific places. Oh my god, it happened. It happened. the fishers have a small chance of drowning whilst fishing, and outside of testing it upon initial implementation, that's the first time that I've seen it happen. Organically, if you will. I reacted so quickly that I was in full-on rescue mode there. We barely even saw it, but yeah, they did fall in the ocean. Because I had the drowning mechanic for ages, but we weren't really using it for anything. The only time they would drown is if you dropped them in the ocean, which was useful to extinguish fires. I mean, it's the only way to put them out if you don't have Miracle Water or Miracle Storm or any water bearers. So, basically still, most of the time you'll have one of those things, but yeah, I realized that we weren't making the most of the drowning mechanic, so giving the fishers a chance to drown whilst fishing is perfect. Doing quite good here. 2,000 power now. We probably want to start thinking about, like, what are we going to unlock? What have we got around here? Oh shit, sorry, I don't have water bearers still. we're not quite there yet. Couple of water bearers, and one breeder. I think we should have at least one. Hey, my playthroughs are actually going for quite, some time now. I don't think I've had a playthrough. Well, the last playthrough went almost a year of in-game time, which would be long enough for them to go through a full pregnancy and have a baby. But yeah, I haven't had a playthrough that's gone the full, like, nearly 4 years necessary for them to age up into a child, and then it's another, 4 years after that for them to age up from a child into an adult. It's a little bit extreme, but yeah, not quite sure how that's gonna. Not quite sure how that's gonna work. Oh my god, the store is on fire. Okay, let's see. We only have the 2 water bearers, but the stream is right there, and the drummer is giving them the speed boost, so let's see if they can get this extinguished. Oh, no problem. Plus it's raining, which also extinguishes fires. Yeah, good job, guys. Excellent. And we're keeping this bear at bay as well. So we got a portal stone over there, we've got an expansion stone here, we have divine protection. Another expansion stone here, everything else seems to be a bit further afield. Oh, we have an expansion, that's a freebie. Let's get that expansion stone. That's a no-brainer right there. Right, so now, every time I kill something or chop down a tree, the conservation meter is going to go down, and the only way that I can replenish it is by planting trees at the minute. We're going to need more ways that you can replenish it, otherwise you're really going to struggle to get the good ending. But I think it's better this way for now, because before it would sort of auto-replenish as the animals reproduced naturally, and that kind of just seemed way too easy. I mean, you would... Oh my god, people are constantly catching fire this time. It doesn't usually happen this often. Oh my word, and the bear is, like, interfering. Don't worry, we've got healers healing them. Here comes the water bearer now. Yeah, the shaman works slightly differently now, where they'll go pick mushrooms even if they have just... Well, if they have less than 100 mana. If they don't have full mana, they'll go searching for mushrooms. Whereas before, it used to be if they had less than 20 mana. So if they still had enough mana to cast a single heal, they would actually they wouldn't bother going and regenerating their mana. So that's a recent change. And we also changed it so that they'll go and regenerate their mana even if there's a threat nearby, unless they're being attacked directly themselves, in which case they'll flee to a guard or run away. Because obviously, if you're dead, you can't heal anybody, so what does the mana matter at that point? And we have sleep deprivation now. I'm not sure if you've seen the sleep deprivation mechanic yet, but actions take twice as long to perform if you're sleep deprived, which incentivizes getting the tents built. So these guys are going to be slow as balls trying to update this, update it? Yeah, they're installing a firmware update on the expansion stone, but they're going to take way too long because they're sleep deprived, so, and there's no caffeine in this universe, so we're going to have to, we'll just put that on hold for now, and let's dump a bit of power into getting some of these tents built, I would say. Yeah, let's do a couple of tents. But then again, if I do completely remove Miracle Fur from the game, then we are limited by how fast the hunters can bring in fur to build everything. And they're not exactly fast. Even when they're doing well, it takes quite some time to get the whole camp constructed. This bear is just freaking out because all the hunters are there and it's trying to run away, but there's an ocean in the way. Let's hope it clears off eventually. And it's, yeah, they're even slower. Everything is slower when they're sleep deprived, so it's even taking them a while just to get these things built. But we'll be able to start sleeping off this debuff. They need to sleep for 12 hours straight. Well, actually no, they need to sleep for 12 hours in total. It can be broken up. They need to sleep for 12 hours in order to remove the debuff. And of course, because the carpenters were just there constructing the thing, they get like first dibs. So they're not even going to build the other one because they're too busy sleeping. But at least they'll build faster when they do eventually wake up again. And then we can get some of these other people some rest. Gonna make a save right there. That seems like a good time to save. Right before what's happening? I think it was... oh, it's the bears again. Good lord, there's two of them. Oh no, there isn't. I think one of them just has 3 cubs, right? Hopefully it will clear off. No, it just keeps running back and forth like this. It's not the best. It's one of the things that's kind of annoying about the current waypoint spawning and fleeing mechanic. You get stuck in these weird loops like this sometimes. I don't know what it's even doing, like what... maybe it runs away to a waypoint, and then because it reaches that waypoint, it spawns another one? I don't know. Okay, it's finally stopped. Hopefully it will like migrate down south or something. Yeah, so not much I can do right now. Well, I just gotta get everybody a place to sleep so we can sort of get back to business as usual. Yeah, as soon as those carpenters wake up, everyone is clamoring to get in that tent. So they'll sleep during the day if they're sleep deprived. You know. This guy's looking for firewood. I'll try and help him by putting him near a piece of firewood if I can find one. There we go. Yeah, this bear really needs to go away. But if I get the expansion stone, then I'll just be able to move it away. If it comes inside the sphere of influence, I can just grab it, and oh, it seems to be going now. That's good. Okay, and stay out. Yeah. You don't want none of this. Alright, we finally got the campfire going. Everyone's pretty hungry. So we only have 2 wolf dens in the map now. I'm not even quite sure. There's one of them. And there's a dead wolf down there. And there's another one. And another dead wolf. Maybe they've been conflicting with the bears, or... Not quite sure. So we have 5 bears, which would be 3 females, 2 males? Oh, yeah. I think we spawn 5 bears. The way that it's set up right now. One, two. Oh my god. Gotcha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have 5 bears. I'm not quite sure. I didn't want to change it. I've been, you know, tweaking the number of deer and the number of wolves. I wasn't sure if I wanted to change the number of bears or not yet, so I'm gonna give it a bit more playtesting with the 5 of them. I think the reducing the number of wolves has been a great decision, actually. They're trying to harvest this deer, but it's like really close to the wolf den. Hopefully they'll get it. Might be able to help them by moving you a bit closer. Yeah. It's interesting. I never used to engage with the game in this way. Of like, oh, you're looking for this? Let me pick you up and take you to it. But that I've noticed I've started doing that a lot more recently. Okay, we've got 2 of the tents built. A lot of people have managed to successfully sleep off their sleep deprivation now. It's great. So we should be okay to get back to unlocking this expansion stone, I think. Nope. Those worshippers are very much sleep deprived. Let's... Did it... Oh, did it wake up this... Oh, it shouldn't... Right. Okay, so we might have a problem here. We form the group. When we're forming a worship group, we prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers, and then yeah. But I think we might still be waking up because it's like the interrupts, the shrine interrupt function will wake them up, and I don't think there's anything there in that. Although, no, because the shrine interrupt function only wakes them up if they've been allocated to a worship group, which should prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers over sleep deprived worshippers. Okay, I'm a little bit confused about exactly what's going on. We have 2 clearly non-sleep deprived worshippers here worshipping at the obelisk, which is actually called a menhir. I see. So I think it does... No. No. It's not working. Because it just took 2 sleep-deprived worshippers and 1 non-sleep-deprived worshipper, even though there were clearly at least 2 non-sleep-deprived worshippers that it should have prioritized. So it's not actually working right now. That's not great. I was pretty convinced that that was going to be working just fine. I never did get to test it because it was one of the things that I did late last night. Worship. Groups not prioritizing non-sleep deprived worshippers. Damn. That is a shame. What's going on with that? anyone is sleep deprived anymore, though. Hopefully. So we should be good. Nope, it's still waking them up to do this. God damn it, that's a pain in the butt. You just want it to take the ones that are not sleep deprived. Ugh. Where's Miracle Resurrection in this map? It's always an important one to get. There it is. Looks like it's in a fairly safe spot. Yeah. Because I want the game to be, like, pretty chill at times. There's times when nothing's happening and then you have to react to something occasionally. But yesterday's playtest in the open plains in level 2 was, like, constant attacks. Constant animal attacks. And that's when I realized, well, I woke up this morning and I was like, we've got to remove one of the wolf dens. Leapt out of bed. Got it done first thing this morning while I was waiting for the groceries to arrive. Or to be delivered. They don't really arrive on their own. It's not VeggieTales. Down to one occupant in each tent. Does that mean all of my worshippers have slept off the sleep deprivation status effect now? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who is sleeping in there. Oh, it was a water bearer and God knows who else. I didn't even see someone come out of the other tent. Okay, well, we should be good. We should be hella good to go back to unlocking this now. Good luck. So you don't really need to get the whole camp built in order to, you know, prevent people from becoming sleep deprived. Or rather to remove the sleep deprivation status effect, but it at least incentivizes you to get a few tents built. Better than nothing. I could increase the amount of sleep that they need. That's the only thing I can really do. Like, instead of sleeping 12 hours to remove the debuff, they have to sleep for 24 hours to remove the debuff, or something like that. That's all I could really do to further incentivize you to build more tents. Because you can kind of cycle them right now, right? I mean, 2 groups of 5 per day. One lot sleeping through the day, the other sleeping through the night. You can get everybody cleared. You can clear everybody's debuffs pretty quick. Still, it's something to think about, possibly changing. But I'm really not happy that it's not prioritizing the non-sleep deprived worshippers. So much so that I think I'm gonna have to look into that right now. We'll save that right there, and we'll come back to it. Constructs. Actually, it's a function. Pretty sure I made it into a function. It's called, like, worship group or something. I don't know where it is. Probably in construct, yeah. Sleep multiplier equals 1. So we loop through the list of available worshippers, and as long as the number of responders plus the number of worshippers is less than the number of required worshippers, we add non-sleep deprived humans in this case to the group, Once this is no longer true, we break out of the loop. If we fully loop through the list, then and we still haven't filled the group, then we move on to this. And as long as the group still hasn't been filled, we loop through the available worshippers list a second time, and we add any old worshipper to the group. I don't see what's wrong with that. I really don't see what's wrong with it. Is it? Definitely running this function on the expansion stones, right? That would be the simplest mistake. Yep. What is the deal here? I don't know what is up with this at all. And I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. Okay. I guess let's disable the replacing. It's not an easy one to test, but let's disable the thing that replaces missing worshippers in time. Well, it's running on exactly the same code. Even if it was even if this code was executed, it would still prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers. Right? Well, where's the break? This one, I'm noticing this one doesn't have the break. That means it could potentially go above the maximum. Oh, it's a while. Oh, that's why. Will a for loop stop when a while is no longer true? No. Shit. Okay, well, it's simple enough to just not use a while in this case, right? I'm gonna do exactly the same as this. That could be the issue. So, responders plus worshippers is less than required worshippers, and available worshippers. DS list size available worshippers is greater than or equal to missing worshippers. Where's the frickin' for loop? I mean, where's the for loop? We need the for loop. Yeah, for loop there. Gotta put it inside of that for loop. So, for I equals 0, DS list size, I less than list size available worshippers. If DS list size responders plus worshippers less than required worshippers, add this, and the current worshipper is not sleep deprived, add them to the group. Then the second loop, just the same thing, but we don't care if they're sleep deprived or not. Could have been the problem. I'm not using any whiles up here, am I? No. I mean, I would have thought that this would have just formed a group and then this would have never actually been executed. Yeah, RSVP. On the whole, it's going pretty good, thanks. We have a weird bug here. We implemented sleep deprivation recently, and when forming worship groups, we want to prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers, but it's not doing it right now. Still forming the groups, thankfully, but it's just taking like any old worshipper, it seems. And these poor guys need some sleep. I can relate. Let's try it, I guess. The problem is it's not the easiest thing to test. I'm thinking my best bet might be just to like have a 50-50 chance for them to be sleep deprived on spawn, and then I can just test it. I think it's like sleep timer needs to be 720 or greater or something like that, yeah. So if I just set thank you. How's Tiny Park? Am I getting that right? How's development going on your game? Sleep timer. I random. Nope. Was it? No. If I random 1 equals 0. Else 720. Okay, so half of the humans will just be sleep deprived on spawn, or not necessarily half, but they have a 50% chance to be sleep deprived on spawn. We can use this to determine whether this is working or not. If it's not, I'm going to be very angry. I'm still compiling with YYC. This is not the time to be compiling with YYC. It's the time to throw the monitor out the window. What? Worship group line 68 cannot compare unset variables. Well, why are you trying? What have I done? Line 68. Why are you even doing this? Oh, down here? Disband group. Responders, worshippers, required worshippers. Cannot compare unset variables. Why are they unset? Responders, worshippers, required worshippers. What did I do to mess this up? I know one thing that I did. So I moved that temporary variable. It says line 68 though. Is this one? I did move this temporary variable inside of that. Oh, that's the problem. Because we do actually reference this temporary variable down here. Don't know why I didn't say line 69. We should be fine now. All right. You know, there's something, I have like this nagging feeling that there's something the game needs. And it might actually just be the graphics and sound. That might just bring it to life completely. Yeah, that's something that doesn't feel alive about it to me right now. And it might just be that. Might not be something I need to do, it might be something we need to hire somebody to do. Okay, so half of my humans are sleep deprived here. I'm going to make 3 sleep deprived worshippers and 3 non-sleep deprived worshippers, ideally. That one is not sleep deprived. These 2 are not sleep deprived. So we have 3 and 3, and then if I try opening this expansion stone, it should form a group purely from the non-sleep deprived worshippers, which it hasn't done. I'm celebrating too soon. We got 1 sleep deprived worshipper in there, even though one of these, if I'm not mistaken, this one is not sleep deprived, so they should have been added to the group. God damn it, dude, what? Tell me about it. I just can't see anything wrong with this code at all. Seems like it should be working just fine. I'm reminded of the #1 lesson that I've learned from developing this game, and that's whatever you do, under no circumstances should you ever make a video game. Just don't do it. I'm going to print the sleep multiplier to the UI just to check that it's actually correct. I don't see how it wouldn't be, but it's something I can do. Here we go. Oh, come on, this mouse. There we go. I'm still compiling with YYC. I'm really starting to frustrate myself now, forgetting to change that every time. It's funny that there are no mountains in the game, and yet the loading screen says that we're molding them. Okay, right. Yes, indeed. That is absolutely what we would expect to see. The sleep-deprived ones have a sleep multiplier of 0.5, whilst the non-sleep-deprived ones have a sleep multiplier of 1. And I activate the shrine, and it just forms a random group. instead of actually prioritizing the ones that we want. Just makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Pookie! Let's burn this motherfucker down! ChatGPT. Alright, Nemo, thanks for the look and the luck. Godspeed. What if I just disable the second part of it entirely? That would narrow it down, I guess. I feel like I'm missing a bracket or something there. Am I? No? It's fine. Is it fine? Are we fine? We're fine. Okay. Okay, so well, I better check again. We better just be sure that wasn't luck or something. Okay. Yes, so every time it selects the non-sleep deprived worshippers now. So somehow it's the fact that we're doing this second loop. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm not supposed to be breaking. Right. Well, it's supposed to be else. Wait a minute, what is it supposed to be? No, I mean, if the group is full. If the group is full, we're supposed to break, right? And then if we get to here and it's still not full, we want to carry on and do this. But if the problem is this second portion, then it is somehow breaking out of this before it's filled the group, I guess. How is it doing that? Hey Brent, how's it going? Good to see you. You almost slipped by undetected there. It must be the green name. Very camouflaged. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I've missed you on Grog. I think it was Grog's raid the other day. So you just slipped in under the radar somehow. Even though a raid is not very under the radar. Okay, I've got to stop compiling with YYC. It's the exactly. I think you should be banned for that one, personally. Alright, glad to provide. Come on, I gotta stop compiling with YYC whilst I'm doing this. Alright. Okay. So I just want to see what those two lists are at when it breaks out of the for loop. It's gonna be 3, because how else would it break out of the for loop? Alright, the ultimate showdown between the sleep-deprived and non-sleep-deprived worshippers. There we go, we're going to form a group. It actually worked. Oh, yep, it did. It actually... Is that because I have the other part commented out? Yes. So it simply cannot add sleep-deprived worshippers to the worship group. But it will have still broken out of that for loop. Right, where is the message? Where is it? What's going on? You're telling me this is not actually happening? That might explain a thing or two. What's going on? It should say worship group full. Where is that? That is literally not there. Okay, so this was never actually called. Okay, so what is going on? Is it like, is any of this happening? Available worshippers greater than, or is it like the... Is it all being done by the replace missing? Well, that wouldn't make sense. And then this is disbanding the group, so that's not going to add anybody. Is it all being done by this? But this also prioritizes non-sleep deprived worshippers, so... Can it? I'm not quite sure how I'd use the debugger right now. Because technically there are missing worshippers when the group hasn't actually been formed yet. But seeing as this code gets executed first upon activating the shrine, I would have thought it would be this one doing it. I'm going to put another debug message in here to confirm that it is actually this adding them to the group in the first place. I think, well, yeah, but like I say, even if it was the replacement code that was forming the group, it should still prioritize the non-sleep deprived humans, and I'm still compiling with YYC. Okay, worshipper added. 2 of them. Only 2. Okay. There's your problem. That is just the sound of the men here. Yeah, it's when they're worshipping at the obelisk thing here. Right, so what's happening is this is only adding 2. Yeah, that was Metronic's work. He did a really good job on all the sound effects that he did, but he wasn't on the project for long. He was just kind of doing it as like a hobby thing or for some experience. I'd like to get him back one day, but I think he might, even if I threw a bunch of money at him, he probably still wouldn't come back. That's just my feeling. Get the impression he's over it. But he did a great job on the sounds. He really would make a great fit to do the rest of them. If we could get him back someday. But I'm sure it'll be fine, whoever winds up doing it. I'll make sure they're the right person for the job. Hey bro, how's it going? Good to see ya. So the problem is that this is like breaking after only adding 2 worshippers, and that's why it was always like 1. Sleepy but working, alright. That's my favorite emote of yours. I'd like to be able to sub just to get it. One day. Okay, so we've narrowed it down, finally. We actually have an understanding of what's happening here. And it's gotta be something to do with this, right? Like, should that be less than or equal to? That seems very odd, though. Are they somehow winding up on both lists or something? What if I only checked the responders list? I don't know how it's like possible that some of the other stuff, which, like, no, because there's nothing that shifts them from responders to worshippers except for reaching the thing that they're unlocking and going from responding to worshipping. There are other things that can shift them from worshipping back to responding, so that they could be interrupted but then return to what they were doing. But still, I can't imagine how any of that. This is very strange, because if 2 of them are on the responders list, we have a list size of 2, but the required number of worshippers is most definitely 3. So we shouldn't actually break out of this loop until we have 3 worshippers on the responders list. But this is exactly the same logic, so how is this even happening if... Okay. Dungeon Stone required worshippers 3, worshippers responders. What do you want from me? Should I just check the 1 list? Because we don't want to loop through. We don't want to wind up with 4 worshippers in the group. We don't want to loop through an extra time whilst this is equal to the number of worshippers that we actually want. But I mean, okay. So we have there was definitely 3 non-sleep deprived worshippers, and yet only 2 were added to the group, and it never hit the break because this was actually 2. But for some reason, it only added 2, and then it moved on to this, and then this was 2, so it was still less than the required number of worshippers, and then this added one of the sleep-deprived worshippers to the group. How is it doing that? I feel like keeping my debug messages around for now would be smart. And just going to try removing that. I don't think it'll make any difference. And then I could try doing less than or equal to, but that, I mean, it doesn't make any sense as to why you would have to do that, because that would actually result in 4 worshippers being added to the group. But maybe it would actually result in 3, because currently we're trying to add 3 and we're only getting 2. And I'm still compiling with YYC. About ready to flip this desk. I don't remember to switch to virtual machine. Okay, at least it was quick this time. It very rarely is. I was going to say it never is GameMaker, but this is starting to look like a GameMaker bug. But there's been many a bug that's looked that way, but it's almost always been me. It's just very, very strange. There we go. We've got 3 non-sleep deprived worshippers and 3 sleep deprived worshippers. And I'm going to activate this shrine over here. And, okay, we actually got all 3. And I'm going to look at the console, and it says, okay, only 2 worshippers were added by this. So the remaining worshipper would have been added by the replace missing worshippers code down here. So it's nothing to do with that list, which I didn't think it would be. But if I change this to less than or equal to, am I going completely insane? What am I not understanding here, right? We want to continue looping through the list of available worshippers for as long as the responders plus the worshippers is less than the required worshippers, which would get us the required number of worshippers, right? We go from 0, we add 1, we add 2, we're still at 2 out of 3. So, where's the third worshipper? What's going on? Will we actually get all 3 worshippers added by this particular block of code now if we do this? I would say probably, and if we don't, I'll be extremely confused. God damn it. I can't stop thinking about the bug long enough to remember to switch to virtual machine. I need to put like a post-it note on my forehead. 3 sleep-deprived worshippers. uh. 3, no, you're sleep-deprived. 3 non-sleep-deprived worshippers, and let's activate this portal stone. And let's have a look at the console. Still 2. Still 2. The flip? How can it be 2? So it's not this, which makes a lot of sense, because how could it be that? That would be insane. It is, and I'm flipping out. It's got me flipped up. Oh my god. Because it's I mean, what's the list size of the worshippers? Yeah. Yeah, what if something else is getting on that list somehow? But then this wouldn't work either. It has to be 2, otherwise this wouldn't work. It has to still be less than required worshippers, which means it's 2. 2 worshippers were added by this, but then it's adding the rest with this, as if there was a missing worshipper, which there is. But why doesn't this add all 3? It's not the DS list empty thing, because that would, if that, you know, it's outside the for loop, so it couldn't be that, but if it was that, it would stop all of this as soon as there was 1 on the list. Maybe I should just disable this stuff for now as well. What would happen then? It would probably wind up running this a second time. Nope, because the lists have to be empty. So if I disabled the replace worshipper stuff, then it would probably add 2 worshippers to the group and then just get stuck like that. Under required worshippers, responders plus worshippers less than, or just store it in a variable. So it would be like a thing that returns true. I'm not sure how that really helps, other than being perhaps more readable. Just doing the same thing but storing it in a variable. Well, we could do that anyway, right? Can we do that? I think if we just look at these lists with the debugger, we can see how long they are. I don't think we need to add them to a variable to do that. Oh shit. Oh, you can actually stop mid-compile. Well, now I know that. I don't have to wait for it to compile when I accidentally compile with YYC. But now we have longer loading times, but I think it's worth it. Compile's really fast. I'm getting super hungry now. This is taking too long. If I don't get it soon, I'm gonna have to take a break. Oh man. Yeah, this is a really weird one. It's like, gotta be something. I'm probably like tunnel visioning on this particular piece of code when it's something, you know, somewhere completely different that's actually causing it. Wait a minute, what? We never even hit that breakpoint. Or did I forget to run in debug mode? That seems more likely. Oh, that's my bad. I'm not used to it. Shouldn't be able to add the same worshipper more than once, because it only loops through the available worshippers list once. Gonna put that on a list. Right, this is our first pass, so the responders list is empty. Worshippers list is empty and should remain empty the whole time. Let's go again. So I guess the first worshipper it checked was sleep deprived. It didn't add anybody to the list. Second one, same again, I guess. Third pass, responders now has one human on the list. Worshippers is still empty. Fourth pass, oh, it took a second there, that was weird. Responders is now empty again. Huh. So active equals true. We somehow like disbanded the group. I'm gonna keep going, but we somehow disbanded the group again whilst trying to form it, I think. But that's weird because we're supposed to be in a for loop, right? Okay, now there's one worshipper back on the responders list. Now I just have a black screen. That's unusual. The responders list is now empty again. We've now disbanded it again. Are we just stuck in some kind of infinite loop? Why is the screen black? What? I've never seen anything like this. There's now one responder back on the list. I think because I commented out the replace missing worshippers code, it now can't even form a full group. It keeps adding one worshipper and then disbanding the group again. And we just have a black screen now, which I have no idea what that means. Now it doesn't seem to be adding any worshippers. The list just remains empty. Is it paused? No. Well, I mean, it keeps pausing because we keep hitting that breakpoint. Should I just remove the breakpoint now and see if it comes back? No, it's still a black screen. Oh, hold on a second, it's nighttime. But it was just super dark. It must have been like a delta time compensation thing that caused it to like instantly skip to nighttime. Okay, but we did actually gather some useful information here. The group is being disbanded somehow. How is it doing that when it's in a for loop though? Then none of this code should be executed, right? Or is something somewhere else though? There is nothing else that disbands the... Okay, so here's the question. If I just disable the disband code, what about that? What if I just disable the group disbanding code? All right, no worries, dude. Get some rest. Yeah. Have a good night. There was a list delete. See a list clear. Oh, list delete is there. Yes, it does delete them from the available worshippers list as it adds them. You too. I'll see you soon. I think we might be onto something. I mean, that's the only code in the entire game that disbands worship groups. There's literally no other way for them to... Okay, that's not true. There is other code that disbands worship groups when they finished unlocking the thing that they were unlocking. That shouldn't be happening. So now, I'm assuming we will just get 3 worshippers added to the group, and they will be they have to be non-sleep deprived worshippers actually, because we disabled the part that can add sleep deprived worshippers to the group. So... Okay, activate this. We have... Presumably there's 3, but 2 of them are stacked or something. Oh, where's the third one? What the hell? It's still only adding 2. Look at the log. Yeah, it added 2 worshippers. This is fucking insane. What is happening? There was a third non-sleep deprived worshipper right there, but it only adds 2 of them to the group. Well, I suppose I should do the thing where I check if they're getting added, getting removed again. Because then we'll know it's not the disband code removing them. Because that is disabled right now. I'm going to actually put the breakpoint on the debug message there. This worked fine before I added the sleep deprivation thing. It was working great. Of course, I've broken it again. Oh. Sometimes I would just really love to stop breaking my game over and over again. But it seems to be inevitable that it will break if I do anything. And of course I have to do things. Alright, let's try activate. Oh, okay. Yep, that's gonna hit a breakpoint. Thought the game had frozen for a second. We got these on watch. We have one instance of object human on the responders list. We're gonna hit play again. We're gonna hit the breakpoint again as we add the second. Now that we actually got two of them on there this time. They didn't get removed, so actually maybe the disband code was removing them. I'm gonna hit it a third time, and now the game just resumes playing. None of that weird stuff with them getting removed again from the list. But still, it's only adding two of them. Which, if I change the... It didn't make any difference last time, did it? If I change that to less than or equal to... I should make a save. Then I don't have to generate a new map every time. That's so strange. I have no idea why it's only adding two of them to the list. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, that's one worshipper on the list. That's two worshippers on the list. And it just and then it carries on. What the hell is going on? I better check that they're all available. I mean, I was like so convinced that they would be available that I didn't think I needed to do that. Not sure if those are going to be overlapping. I'll just disable this one for now. This has got to be what it is. I just can't, I can't, obviously I'm going to have to figure out why they're not on the available worshippers list. Right? That's the only thing I can imagine. Is there's just not enough worshippers on the available worshippers list, so it only adds the 2 that are on the list. Right? This motherfucker is available. Oh, he's available, alright. They're all frickin' available. It's not that. What is going on? Yeah, it makes sense because we disabled the replacement code, so we can't replace missing group members. And it's not filling the group, so it would just disband the group. That makes sense as to why it was disbanding the group. What doesn't make sense is why is it not filling the group? Oh, is it one of those things where, like, because the list gets shorter whenever we delete something off of it, we're then looking at the wrong, like, index? I don't think we can delete them off of the list in the for loop, or if we do, we have to correct the position of I. Like, we have to do I minus equals 1 or something when we delete them off of the list. I've had something like this happen before. Because the list is getting shorter every time we do this. That makes sense. Okay. I think it's as simple as that. Just reducing I by, so starting at like position 0 on the list, and wait a minute, we can't go into negative values. We add the first thing on the list, which is at position 0, and we delete that thing off the list and then go to position -1. That's not going to be very good. How do we... I forget how you're supposed to handle this. What if I had a list size of 3 and we were at, okay, list size 3, we're at position 2 because we start from 0, and then we delete position 2. Well, we were going to go off the end of the list anyway. That's not a good example. Okay, what if we're at position 1 and we delete position 1 and then position 2 becomes position 1? Then we do actually need to check position 1 again. So we basically need to just, we need to subtract 1 from I if I does not equal 0. Is that correct? If I'm at position 1 and I delete position 1, position 2 becomes position 1, but I've just moved to position 2. but I need to recheck position 1. But what if I need to recheck position 0? I add the value at index 0 and delete the value from index 0. Well, on the next loop, we're going to increment I anyway, so it would go from -1 to 0. So it is just I negative, I minus equals 1. So put this back. Put that like that. Reactivate this stuff. Yeah. I had this exact problem like 2 years ago and just forgot that this is a thing. When you're deleting something off of a list in a for loop and then still iterating over that same list. And then bring back the disband group code. So we were just getting lucky before that I had enough worshippers to actually form a group. If I only had 3 worshippers, right, it would do exactly what it's been doing. And it would not be able to form a full group. Would not be able to fill the group. Oh man, yeah. I'm glad that I got a reminder on this one, because I totally, obviously otherwise I wouldn't have made the mistake. I totally forgot that that was a thing. Here we go. We have our 3 sleep-deprived worshippers and our 3 non-sleep-deprived worshippers, and then I activate this, and we get a group comprised of the 3 non-sleep-deprived worshippers. Beautiful. Let's try deactivating it again, and let's have one non-sleep-deprived worshipper and 3 sleep-deprived worshippers. So we're going to have to take 2 sleep-deprived worshippers. So we get the 1 non-sleep-deprived worshipper and 2 sleep-deprived worshippers. What if we have, say, 2 non-sleep-deprived worshippers? And then I activate this. I'm going to actually let them get a drink because I'm nice. They're not alive, Flames. So what did my group form out of this time? I have 1 non-sleep deprived worshipper here. I have my 2nd non-sleep deprived worshipper here and my 1 sleep deprived worshipper there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Thank God for that. Now we can get some lunch. Yeah, I just want to disable that debug text. Hell yeah. So now you can actually form worship groups and be confident that it's going to use your non-sleep deprived worshippers if you've got them. That's great. All right, thanks for watching, guys. I'm going to get something to eat. I will be back in about an hour's time to do some more playtesting. We'll see what else we find and come up with. So thanks again. See you after the Alright, I'm just finishing off my Chucky. Valurka 2077. Thanks for that follow. Appreciate it. I'm gonna grab something to drink. 2 seconds. Alright, now we're going back into the playtest proper, so we can compile with YYC again. I think I'll push to the repository, actually. Because we did a bunch of stuff. What did we do? Good question. I know we fixed the thing with the water barrier, the worshippers. Yeah, I did. I did change some of the stuff in the spawn system. That's basically it, right? Oh shit. Almost forgot to change this back. The humans have a 50% chance to be sleep deprived on spawn. What was I doing in the bear code and the deer code and the fox code? Oh, yeah. That's the other thing I did, right. Okay. Reduced number of wolf dens from 3 to 2, and disabled incrementation of conservation level on an animal birth, I guess. True. Increased minimum distance between wolf dens from 150 to 240. And then fixed I'll just call it fixed worship group sleep deprivation bug. Boom. Now we can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. And I don't think we need to start a new playthrough. No, we don't. We can continue the playthrough. I am actually really excited to start adding new miracles to the game at this point. I was actually wondering on the break, how many planned miracles do I have? These are just ideas. They might not necessarily all make it in, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. That's nearly the number of miracles that we already have in the game. And it would bring us to 33? Yes, 33. That's pretty good. That would be like 7 away, or 8 away from the total number of miracles that we're aiming for. Pretty good. If I really can't think of that many miracles, then we might have to reduce the number of miracles per level, but I have a good feeling. About this. I think we might actually do it. Although I do have a miracle called Apparition on this list, and I have no idea what that's even supposed to mean. What the hell is Miracle Apparition? Guidance, that increases accuracy. Berserking, damage. Haste, action speed. Speed, movement speed. Fear, pacify. Fountain of Youth. It's just a fountain, like the fountain that we already have in, but it de-ages them. That's a fun idea, I think. Fountain of Youth. Yeah. I'm just thinking, if we had both fountains, would we set it up so that they ignore the other one and only use the Fountain of Youth? And how does it work? How much does it de-age you by when you drink from the Fountain of Youth? Does it just reset your age to 7 again, which is the age when they become adults? Or does it, like, just kind of like roll it back a little bit whilst you're drinking from the fountain? So as you drink more and more, you get younger and younger. That sounds cooler. Rapture is the miracle that's planned for the good ending. Heal, yeah, probably just a good idea to have some sort of basic heal spell that the player can use. The day and night miracles, just skip to sunset or skip to sunrise, respectively. Herd, bush, and fish. We were talking about those earlier. Yeah, so some ideas for expanding upon Miracle Hand, so that it can be used to extract fish from the ocean, pick berries from bushes, extract water from streams, and deposit those things into the store. Wait, it says also deposit firewood into the store. Can you not deposit firewood into the store with Miracle Hand? I guess not. Interesting. The whole extracting water from streams, I'm not really feeling that one because we already have Miracle Water. That's redundant. I'll put a line through it. Cat Jam. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I have a feeling I'm going to be able to think of all of the miracles that I need eventually. Oh, time stop. It would be cool to be able to stop time, but don't think it's necessarily that easy to implement. How would you do that? So we can already change the time scale so that we make time go faster. That's all, but actually stopping time? I mean, if you multiply everybody's movement speed by 0, they're not going to go anywhere. So that would work for movement, but if you wanted to them to like stop performing their actions and stuff, you would basically just need a global variable called stop time, and when it equals true, or rather you only increment their progress, like progress bars, or it's not even a bar, you only increment their action timer if stop time is false. So essentially it would pause what they were doing. What about arrows? What if you stop time whilst there's an arrow in mid-flight? That would be slightly different because they don't move along paths. You would have to like store its current speed, set its speed to 0, and then restore its old speed when you restart time again. It's not too bad. What else would you need to do? You'd obviously need to stop the progression of time and the day-night cycle and everything. Stop the weather. Oh, yeah. There's no way to modify particles once you've created them, so it's not like we could stop the rain from falling and have it freeze in the air. That would be cool, but we can't do that. So it sounds possible. You know, it'd be kind of cool if you could control the time of day and also stop time. Those are some pretty godlike abilities. That's pretty much all the ideas for miracles that I've got right now. Yeah, some sort of a miracle from the bad ending would be good. Something like fitting, you know. because we recently decided that the bad ending is going to give you the option to return to the first level again and play through the entire game again on like New Game Plus to try and get the good ending. See if you can redeem yourself. But it'd be cool if you could get a miracle from the bad ending that can then help you get back through the game. And something, you know, something that sort of fits with this idea of like, well, you fucked that up, you know, but maybe you can learn from it, right? Something like that. Don't know what that would be. I'm sure I'll think of it eventually. It'll come to me. Anyway, yeah, it's going to be fun. I've still got to draw the rest of the sprites before I start adding new miracles to the game, but it's going to be fun. Getting a little bit toasty. Here we go, back into the playthrough. Where are we at? We just... Okay, we're working on this expansion stone over here. We got camp about half built. $2,500 power in the bag. That's pretty good. Miracle Resurrection is down here. That would be a good one to go for. Maybe I send my other worshippers down there now. Time is it? Yeah, why not? Once they finish drinking or whatever they're doing. Where are they? Are they all there? Let's go. Yeah, resurrection is an important one. That's, I mean, it's such a core part of the game that it had to be in the first level. Basically, oh, don't tell me this is bugged now, please, for the love of God. Why is it not? Oh, you shitting me. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water. What is wrong with this now? See, we've got all three of my worshippers there. Activate this. Okay, now they're going. That was weird. Well, that tree was on fire for a second. I'm hallucinating. Starting to rain. Jesus Christ. Poor guys, we just sent them out there in the middle of the night while it's raining. The lightning can set stuff on fire. I always try and look out for it. It rarely does. I've seen it set a tree on fire once. I've never seen it hit a human or any of the tents. But it could potentially set somebody on fire or set something on fire. Gets extra dark at night if it's raining heavily because cloud coverage also affects the light level. We got two bears here with cubs. They will be aggressive because they'll be defending their cubs. Yeah, so I think we have 5 bears, so I think that means 3 females and 2 males, actually. Because we spawn females first. We spawn, it goes female, male, like that. I feel like the lightning usually strikes off the bottom of the map for some reason. It just picks random room coordinates. It should be able to strike anywhere in the room. I'm sure it does, it's just, I swear most of the time it looks like it's going off the bottom of the map. Holy shit, what is going on here? Who knows? Sphere of influence expanded. There we go. We got the first expansion stone. Sphere of influence is now twice the size. Got another expansion stone there. Will be an easy one to go for. That is a lot of meat. It's one of the other problems. I mean, it's not really a problem. But because we have to hunt for so much fur to get everything built, we wind up with a massive surplus of meat. Which in reality would probably decay before you were able to even eat it all. Almost certainly, although I suppose really they would be drying it. Something like that. Now that the conservation meter doesn't refill, we're actually seeing it start to change color and really drop quite low. Basically, if you beat the last level of the game with it below 50%, you get the bad ending. feel like that's not entirely clear. It's not clear. That's not explained anywhere. It would need like a little marker at the 50% point or something, so you know. Otherwise, you just assume that if this bar reaches 0, that's when the bad thing happens or whatever. Right now, it's not even clear that it's a bad thing. It's not even clear what's going on right now. Alrighty then. Maybe we should get Divine Protection. That's another useful miracle. It's a pretty easy one to get. Couple of portal stones here. We'll go for those next, probably. Divine Intervention and Fur is down. Smite is down here, sorry. Smite might be the most useless miracle in the game. Who's to say? Who's to say? Yeah, eventually I want to make them like walk around this thing in a circle. Same with this. That'll be cool. Like a kind of a way of doing animation almost without actually having animations. It sort of shows that they're doing something. This bear is getting a bit close for comfort. Let's move these guys away. So eventually, yeah, there'll be like a pacify miracle, and I could like, if the bear was getting too close, I could cast it on one of these and it would pacify the nearby creatures. Or some sort of an intimidation miracle, cast it on one of these guys and it would scare all of the animals away. Oh, here we go. These guys are getting really cold. Boom, resurrection. Get warmed up. Takes them a while to warm up, to be honest with you. Well, it depends on the ambient temperature as well. But they will stand there until they get back to a nice 37 degrees. And, that's a good point, actually. Seems they prioritize that over sleeping, even. Seems to me that it would make more sense that they would just go to sleep if it was nighttime. Oh, they're sleep deprived now. They don't gain any like additional warmth from being inside, but what it does is protect them from the elements so that their body's natural equilibrium is restored or whatever without being affected by the ambient temperature. Whereas the fire actually provides heat, so it does warm them up quite a lot faster. Interesting though, they warmed up by the fire and now they've gone to sleep in the day to sleep off the sleep deprivation from spending so long unlocking shrines. Yeah, I've got to say I like this. I like this a lot. I like that there's some feedback there, like, you know, oh, you can see, oh, they're tired from worshipping for so long or whatever. Wasn't entirely clear before, and they will get tired before they die of thirst or anything like that. It was something Mr. D-Boy commented on in his playtest. where he just he just like activated all of the shrines and was like, yeah, just go unlock everything, and then his worshippers like died of thirst because they hadn't drunk anything in 5 days, or how long is it? I think he died of thirst after 3 days or something. I think it's like 3 days. I think you die of hunger after like 7 days. You die of thirst after like 3 days. I mean, I would hope you don't die of either of those things after any amount of time, but I'm talking about the characters in the game. But he was like, oh, you know, it feels like I'm being punished for no reason. Like, it's just something you have to learn about the game. Like, normally, yes, they do take care of all of their own needs and they prioritize that above everything else. But the worshippers are the exception to the rule, where they're the only gift in the game where you can actually give them orders, if you will. You can actually command them around and tell them to unlock these things, and they will ignore all of their needs. They will ignore eating, sleeping, and drinking to do that. They will not ignore running away from something, running away from animals that are attacking them. Of course, they still have enough of a sense of self-preservation to do that. Oh, it looks like the bear has been clashing with the wolves over here. What is this bear doing? Fishing. It's fishing, I think. It's hard to say when there's there's no animation or anything to tell us that, but I'm assuming that's why it's standing here. Yeah, the bears are the one creature. Holy smokes. What's going on? Yeah, there's some weird bug where like the wolves are getting stuck on the combatants list. I'm not sure what's happening exactly. It says that this wolf is attacking us, basically, but it's not. But if it goes to sleep, this is what happened last time. It went to sleep in the den, and then this overlay disappeared again. As soon as the sun comes up, which will be any second now. Oh, it's already gone. I'm not really sure what that's all about. Oh, what happened to the store? Jesus Christ. I totally missed that. Did it burn down? Or was it the wolves? Maybe the wolves? Holy shit. I mean, the wolves are over here. Maybe they attacked the store. But I would have just expected the guards to come out and scare them off. I don't know what happened. This is the second time now. It's happened yesterday as well, where my store got destroyed and I had no idea how. They are at least rebuilding it. That's good. Well, I can pick these guys up and like move them home again. I'm assuming this is where they came from. I don't know. Hey, we got Divine Protection unlocked now. These guys are freezing. See, because there's no fuel on the fire, they will opt to warm up inside one of the tents instead. If the fire is lit, then they will switch. I think they will come out of the tent and use the fire instead. See, we lost everything that was in the store because it was destroyed. I don't know how it was destroyed. Yeah, see, they just came out to get warm. That's cool. Will you leave us alone? There we go. It's one of the advantages of expanding the sphere of influence is you can just move the animals away if they're being a nuisance. Yeah, I think the easiest thing to do is actually have it so that you get the bad ending if the conservation meter is at 0 when you beat the final level. Although, I think part of the reason I wanted it to be 50% is because it's easy to, you could just like totally ignore it until the final level and then plant a single tree to get it above 0. Exactly what we want, is it? Maybe it should have to be full, even. That might be a bit unforgiving, though. What if it's at 99% and you still get the bad ending? Yeah. Okay, maybe 50% is the way to go. And if we replace Miracle Fur with Miracle Herd and put that miracle in the first level, then, well, actually, you get Miracle Fur on Beginner Island, which is going to be the tutorial, so it's even before the first level. It's one of the 5 miracles that you have unlocked by default if you skip Beginner Island, or skip what will ultimately be the tutorial. It's so difficult to... There we go. Assuming this guy's going for firewood, so I'll put him next to a piece. We have 2 of the 4 miracles. Divine intervention would be nice. Don't mind if I do. Oh, that's a tree. I'm not sure what the bug was with the worshippers earlier. I've really got to pay attention to how my store keeps getting destroyed as well. What the fuck? Oh my god. Get out! She's gonna blow! Alright, I'm gonna wait for these wolves to leave. Please don't attack my other worshippers. Where are all the frickin' deer? Have we hunted them into extinction again? Well, we're getting there. We're getting pretty close. There's really not many left. So it's still an issue. God. Get some healing, for goodness sake. We've been here 12 days, which I think means that it's going to be the start of summer tomorrow. I think we have 12-day seasons. And we've all, like, well, I suppose there's a few deer left around still, but not many. What are all these fawns doing over here? They might be okay. Yeah, I think we do need to increase the number of deer a bit more. Maybe I should go back to 10 herds. I don't know if I want to increase the size of an individual herd, or if I want to increase the number of herds overall. I think I'm leaning more towards increasing the size of a herd, but not 100%. It's like, as you know, as long as they're together in a herd, there can be quite a lot of them, but they're still a herd, you know. Whereas if you have more herds, then it's just like the entire map is full of deer, and you can't even really tell that they're individual herds anymore. That's sort of why I feel like we probably want larger herds as opposed to more herds. Holy shit, these guys are actually defending themselves from a bear. Okay, well I don't know what the wolves are doing now. Maybe we can head out and try and unlock this stuff again. But it would just, yeah, I think it would really help, wouldn't it, if we had Miracle Herd instead of Miracle Fur. It's like, oh, I need more fur, let me create more animals. Plus it can be used to increase the conservation meter. Day 13 and it's still spring, so no, I guess it's day 14. Will be the last day of spring. Okay, these wolves did actually just successfully hunt something, but we got lucky and they didn't see us. Let's send some more worshippers out. Yeah, the worshippers must have been classed as available, or it wouldn't have been able to form a worship group at all. But they must have been in some sort of a state that they couldn't be broken out of. Not sure what state that would have been. Yeah, the thing is, it takes the fawns, see, I'm not entirely sure, it takes them a year to reach maturity. But there's also some certain age that they have to reach to become, like, independent of their mothers and actually be able to survive. Like, they have to reach an age where they can eat solid food or something like that. So I don't think they have to survive a full year to be able to survive without their mothers. But what tends to happen is that all of the does get killed off by us and the other animals, and then their fawns are abandoned, and then the fawns die, and they never actually get to like be the next generation of deer because it takes so long. You know what? Okay, that's something you could do actually. Yeah, but it does. It actually it has an effect on difficulty as well. You could make it so that the entire pack of wolves all hunt together at the same time, right? Because they wouldn't kill as many deer, because the half of the pack could go hunting and eat one deer, and then another half of the pack goes hunting and eats another deer, and that it could have just been that the whole pack was fed by the same deer, right? That way they'll kill less animals. So that's one option, but it does mean you have larger packs of wolves roaming around the map. Yeah. Whereas now there's a degree of randomness where it could be, I think it could be as low as 1. I think it could be between 1 and 9 wolves, you know, out there hunting together. That's what I was trying to say before, the bears are the only animal in the game that eats multiple different food sources. They can hunt, fish, and forage, so they're essentially a combination of those 3 classes gifts. Because that's what bears do in real life. They are just eating machines. I can relate. I feel like an eating machine sometimes, so pretty much all the time. Speaking of which, I'm going to start training again this week. That's the plan. I was going to start yesterday, but I don't think I'm quite there. But if I don't start training this week, I'm going to start losing strength. It's been 4.5 weeks. Well, because of this neck and shoulder pain that I've been dealing with, but yeah, it is improving since I started using less pillows. I think that's what it was. I mean, I have some neck injuries, but I was like making it worse by sleeping with 3 pillows. So I still have a lot of tension in my back and shoulders and stuff. But yeah, hopefully we get tomorrow. Okay, these guys are sleep deprived. It's gonna take them a minute to get this last little bit unlocked now. But yeah, if I think I'm hungry all the time now, I'm gonna be really hungry once I start training again. I think I have gained a little bit of weight though from not lifting. I still don't know what happened to the store. Was it the wolves that like destroyed the store? The idea is that they'll attack the store if there's food in there because they want to get to the food, right? But they don't actually get to the food because it ceases to exist when they destroy the store. But that's the law. They'll attack tents with humans inside of them, So what could have happened, I guess, maybe this is the downside, because I try and build the tents as far away as I can so they don't catch fire, because I always want the campfire next to the store so they don't have to travel as far to cook their food. But if the guards are all the way over here, it's possible they can't see the wolves attacking? That doesn't seem right, though. So the original sphere of influence is like that. So the guard's perception radius is like 45. It's actually higher than the default human perception radius of 30. Guards and shaman can see further so that they can like respond more quickly to things. And maybe, but it seems like, yeah, it's not that far, is it? Kind of distance. I don't know, maybe try and get a measurement here. Kind of like that sort of distance. Maybe the wolves were just out of range of the guard's perception or something. Because I was like, yeah, there's some wolves next to camp, but the guards will just scare them off, it's no worries. And then next thing I know, my store's been destroyed. I don't think it was on fire. I feel like I would have noticed that. But then again, I probably should have noticed the wolves attacking it. Oh shit, let's keep an eye on these guys, they're gonna get themselves killed. Going to bed. Ah, right, they ignore hunger and thirst. Because they're just like, oh, I'm gonna eat breakfast in the morning anyway. Yeah, Brian Johnson would be proud. Don't eat before bed, because you ruin your sleep quality. Something I really struggle with, because I always end stream so late, and then I eat right before bed. I was doing pretty good for a while, but my sleep has been terrible recently for a couple of weeks now or something. I'll probably get better sleep when I start training as well. I hope. Although often I actually have insomnia on nights that I've been training because I'm like absolutely buzzing my tits off on the endorphins or whatever, the dolphins. Schmite, and that would be the last miracle that we need in this map, and then we've got, what is it, 2 more portal stones. The child is burning, save the child. So we did a fine job of... So we haven't completely hunted everything into extinction. There's like a couple of deer herds, maybe there's a few deer herds just barely hanging on. We almost did. I mean, if we stuck around, like, we've built all of the tents now, so we don't need any more fur. We actually have 14 in the store for any repairs as well. But even without us, the wolves and the bears would kill off these remaining deer before they could, you know, reproduce or anything anyway. So we need to do something still. Yeah, Miracle Herd is going to help. Possibly this idea of making it so the wolves don't actually hunt in multiple groups. They all just hunt together so that they don't need to kill as many things. That does somewhat affect the balance because you're always going to have the entire pack of wolves roaming around the map. So that's one thing. And we could even increase, increase how long it takes for the animals to get hungry. I quite like the pacing as it is right now. Wow, we just keep catching fire, don't we? Yeah, I think I may actually I've been on the fence about it for a while. I may actually need to slightly reduce the chance for the humans to catch fire. The funny thing is the tents very rarely do catch fire though compared to the humans. I don't know why that is. Even though the tents have a much higher chance of catching fire, because I sort of assumed it would be easier to set a tent on fire than it would be to set a person on fire. They seem a lot more flammable. We've only got one portal stone so far. Jesus. Oh, and this bear is still hanging out over here. Just a bit scared of going over there. Don't really have any way of dealing with them right now. I mean, well, I could send a guard in there and give them divine protection. See if I can clear out the bears. Might need to do that. I mean, I guess the reason it was never really happening before was because the animals couldn't be interrupted by tents, essentially. So the wolves could be like hunting or something, and they could walk right past the tents and they wouldn't do anything. But we fixed that now, so they could be doing that, and they would, if they spotted a tent, they would attack it. The weird thing is the guard's just not reacting. Which is kind of that's what I would expect them to do. And I think the guards have some sort of chain pulling on them as well. I think they still have that. So if one guard reacts, they will also alert all of the other guards within range. Yeah, the interesting thing is, I learned this recently, is that it's like easier to remember things in threes, groups of three. So weirdly, like if you just have 4 of something instead of 3, it actually feels like a lot more than it actually is, because it's harder to remember 4 things than it is to remember 3. So having 4 miracles per level, 4 portal stones, 4 expansion stones, makes it feel like there's a lot more stuff than there actually is. Versus if you only had 3 of each, because then it would be much easier to remember them all. And it would kind of make the levels feel more empty. It's a little trick you can do. Stuff that you want to be easy to remember, do it in groups of 3. if you want to kind of overwhelm the player a bit or make it feel like there's more stuff than there actually is, then do 4 or 5 or 7, you know? I think we might as well go for 6 bears in the map. Doesn't that mean that they're going to be... actually, we probably want to be going in the other direction. Maybe we want to drop it down to 4. Because we're having the problem with the overhunting. We don't want more of them. Yeah, we might... Okay, maybe we should go for 4 bears. Right, so we've got some ideas in mind. And Miracle Herd. Drop down the number of bears to 4 instead of 5. And make it so that the wolves all hunt in one single group. Well, I mean, not all of the wolves of the same pack. It would be weird if the different packs of wolves were joining forces. And that's what needs to be done. I could probably have Miracle Herd in. I might be able to get a few extra miracles or a few new miracles in before the playtest. Come on here. Why are these bear cubs just here on their own? Maybe their mum died. Possibly killed by wolves or something? Maybe they belong to this one and they're just kind of far away. Not sure. I don't think I can reduce the amount of fur, I've said this a few times, that each tent requires to be built. Because it's already like an unusually low amount of fur. 30 feels alright. Like I don't see any issue with that number. But if it was any lower... It's 5 deers exactly. 5 deer exactly. And if you think about it, how the hell do you build a 5-man tent out of 5 deer skins? That's probably impossible. It is impossible. So it doesn't really make sense. It's the lowest number that I felt I could really justify without it seeming really unusual or unrealistic. I gotta stretch. Feel like I'm getting claustrophobic from being inside for too long. Getting cabin fever. Luckily we have some nice weather coming up this weekend, so I'm probably going to get out and enjoy it for a few days. Probably need it. this bear doesn't seem to be attacking us, so I guess these cubs don't belong to that bear. Otherwise it would be aggressive. How many bears are there in the map? 1, 2, 3. It's just 3 now. So 2 of them died off somehow. Probably fighting with the wolves. Okay, I think I'm ready to make these changes. I'm not feeling super invested in the playthrough, which usually means I need to actually be working on the game. Oh, okay, so constructs wolf den. Create hunting party. Party size is just literally going to be all of the hungry wolves, actually. Or wait, what? This is kind of a weird way of doing this, don't you think? The number of hungry wolves is less than the party size. Then the number of wolves that we want to add to the party is just the number of hungry wolves. Else, the number of wolves is party size. We just want to take as many wolves as we can, right? We just want to do party size equals hungry wolves, basically. So this one. And then disable this, and then just do 4 party size. I don't know how this temporary variable is working. I don't seem to be defining it anywhere. What? Whoa. Right, so when we form a hunting party, how do we decide when to form a hunting party exactly? We just kind of do it as soon as. This doesn't make any sense. Just like if there is at least one hungry wolf, if the hungry wolves list is not empty, and the size of the hunting party is less than the party size. This is weird because it means we're like constantly setting the party size. It's not a huge deal, I guess. And then the hunting party has to be completely empty because we're forming a new hunting party, and then it has to be nighttime. See, I would think you would want to encapsulate all of this in a check to see that it's actually nighttime, rather than getting through all of this and being like, oh, well, it's not even nighttime. We shouldn't have done any of that. That doesn't really make sense. This is some pretty ancient code, though, so I'm not surprised that it's a mess. So if it is nighttime, also I'd say if it is nighttime and the hungry wolves list is not empty, right? And object prey exists. If it's nighttime, there's at least one hungry wolf, prey exists. Then we set the party size to the number of hungry wolves. And then if the size of the hunting party is less than party size, well, I mean, if the hunting party's empty, it's obviously less than the party size. What am I doing here? At nighttime, blah 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 blah. Why don't we just add that one in here as well? Is that going to work? And then we could just get rid of this completely, basically, right? If it's nighttime, at least one wolf is hungry, prey exists, and the hunting party is empty, then we set the party size, which is just the number of hungry wolves, and then we loop through the hungry wolves list, adding them to the hunting party and arrived wolves lists, and setting party to true. Okay. Okay. That seems a little bit better than what we had, and now we're not going to have multiple parties, so they're not actually going to hunt as much stuff. And then script, define rooms, number of bears. Let's set that from 5 down to 4. Yep. I wonder if the rainforest is any different. Where is it? There it is, tropical rainforest. Nope, it's pretty much the same. So that's going to help a little bit. And just trying to think, like, how big do I want to make the deer herds if I want to increase the size of the deer herds a bit more. I mean, I've actually seen them with my own eyes. And there was quite a lot of deer. There had to be like I want to say 40 to 50 deer. No, maybe that's a bit much. Maybe it was like 30 to 40 deer in this herd that I saw. There were also some smaller groups around. But I saw this one big herd which had quite a lot. can't remember if they were bucks or if they were does, but I think they were all the same gender. And then, yeah, the other little groups that I saw were like these little family groups, I think, which had fawns, and they were kind of off on their own. Right now we max out at 14, and that's already starting to seem like quite a lot. But if I'm going to increase it anymore, I probably want to increase the minimum number of deer that you can get in a herd as well. 7's a good number because, like I was saying before, if you don't do things in threes, it's harder to remember, and thus seems like it's more than it actually is. $14 to $28, that would be a lot. That would be a lot. Maybe $14 to $21. So we still have that swing of 7. That's doubling the minimum number of deer in the herd, though. That might be a bit much. What if we just did like 10 to 20? $10 to $20 deer per herd? We can see how that looks. It's easy to jump into a new game and just check it out. But they're still going to be in distinct herds, and I think that's important. When I increased the number of herds to like 14, it was just like the entire map was flooded with them, and you couldn't really tell that there were individual herds. They were all intermingling so much. Which they do. There's nothing actually to prevent them from like hanging out with another herd, even though I'm pretty sure in the wild they probably don't do that. And the only time they really come together is during the rut, right? In more ways than one, if you know what I'm saying. That's quite... Yeah, those are some fairly large herds, alright, but it looks, you know, accurate. It looks herd-like, I would say. Yeah, it's pretty good. So that's 8 herds of between 10 and 20 deer per herd. Pretty cool. And there's like a 1 in 8 chance for each doe to have fawns, I think, or a fawn. I think they can only have a maximum of 1. No, that might not be true. I have a feeling they can have up to 3, actually. Oh, look at them, they're just chilling in camp. They've taken over. Okay. Well, it should certainly help them being hunted into extinction, shouldn't it? Help prevent them, help prevent them from being hunted to extinction. Definitely getting some performance issues now, though. But that's because I'm not compiling with YYC, plus I'm streaming. Do you think maybe we've gone a little bit too far? Is that 2 herds there together? I think it might be. It's hard to tell. I want to know what, like, is that an individual herd? I think that's an individual herd right there. That's a herd of them all moving together there. What if we did like between 8 and 16 per herd? There's not a lot more than we had previously, but I just feel like we might have gone a little bit overboard. Yeah. It kind of is feeling like the entire map is flooded with them again. And the lag spikes are not helping either. I mean, look at them all on this stream. Jesus Christ. They will spread out again eventually because, you know, they migrate around. So that's a herd right there. That's a herd if I've ever seen one. Those are all together, I think. And it's quite a few. I think it might be a few too many. Let's do it. Let's do 8 and 16. Still a lot, but it's looking a little bit more reasonable. See, ideally I want the ecosystem to be able to sustain itself without the player having to constantly spawn a bunch more deer herds or something. It should be like, yeah, you should be able to be like totally hands off and still have it kind of balanced. But it turns out balancing an ecosystem is a pretty hard thing to do. I have a feeling if you spend a few years in a single map, it will probably be completely overrun with rabbits as well. They're just getting a free pass right now. I mean, they do get hunted by the foxes, and also we will hunt them as well. Even the wolves would hunt them in small enough hunting parties. I'm not sure if the bears hunt them at all. Probably not. I'm not sure though. But the thing with the rabbits is they're so good at hiding in the warrens. That's a large part of it. Okay, anyway, I feel like I've done everything I can for right now to try and help. But yeah, I'm not going to be adding new miracles to the game until I finish the final few sprites. That's going to be the next thing that I move on to. But it's looking like that will probably be... Well, maybe I'll start on some sprites tomorrow. But I think, what is it? The weather's nice from like Thursday? Or is it Friday? Yeah, Thursday. Thursday through Sunday is apparently really nice. So I ain't gonna be doing shit. But I guess I could get a start on it on the sprites tomorrow, because I'm starting to feel like this playtest, this multi-day playtest, is sort of coming to an end. We've fixed a lot of bugs and done a lot of balancing and stuff, and I'm starting to feel like it's in a pretty good spot. And unfortunately that means I need to return to the pixel mines. Start slaving away to get these final few sprites done. I'll be glad when it's over, I can put it that way. I do not enjoy pixel art. More power to you if you're somebody who does. Hell, if I get this game funded, I might hire you to do it for me. I will. I'll hire somebody to do it for me. It's getting pretty late. I haven't heard from Jonas today. Maybe I should drop him a message. increased deer herd size from 7 to 14 to 8 to 16, which I'll be honest, seems to be on the larger size to me, but they are getting overhunted still. We haven't actually tested the wolf thing. I'm a little bit concerned about just releasing a build without having tested that at least once. That's an easy thing to test by just setting it so the wolves will hunt on night 1, which is not obviously in the human object. And we can see how they're doing. Okay, night 1, we should see the wolves heading out as a full pack and hunting, which it appears they are doing. Although the deer is escaping. Oh my god, these ones are fighting a bear. Well, I mean, if the wolves can't catch the deer, it gives them a fighting chance, I suppose. There we go, they got it. Take down. Yeah, wolves in real life actually use, like, cool pack hunting tactics and stuff, but I'm not exactly the best programmer in the world, so we don't have anything like that. They use a tactic called bum rush, where they all just charge at the same thing. But we are having a little bit of an issue, yeah, where, like, they wind up spooking the deer. before they're able to get, before they're able to catch it. I was thinking about that recently, and I still haven't fully settled on what I'm doing there. Like, they have some sort of a chain pouncing behavior. Like, when one wolf pounces, they all pounce, which means they all come out of stealth, essentially, and then... Is that what's happening? Or is it the chain stalking? Might be the chain stalking. But do they inherit the... Forget if they inherit... Seems to be working, though. If they inherit the stealth level of the lead wolf. I think they might. Because then if the lead wolf failed its stealth check anyway, then it's like they all fail their stealth check. The lead wolf succeeds, they all succeed. That might be a good way of doing it, to be honest with you. Seeing as they are pack hunters, that's kind of a way that we could have them sort of working together, I suppose. I don't know. State pounds. Is that not a thing? I'm in the wrong script. Nope, they all roll their own stealth check. So, yeah, it's like the larger the hunting party, the less chance they have of actually sneaking up on something successfully. Maybe they should just inherit that from... the other one. Pounce, stalk. Oh, wait a minute. Pouncing? Wait, I thought that... Pouncing? Why are they making a stealth check when pouncing? That's not right. Stalking is where they're stealthing, isn't it? So maybe they just inherit the... It's kind of the same with the hunters as well. Like the human hunters. The more hunters you have, the less stealthy they are, or the more chances there are for someone to fail their stealth check. So there's a bit of a diminishing returns, like a larger hunting party is not necessarily better because they're going to spook more creatures. But in this case, seeing as these are pack hunters and they're working together, maybe it's actually better if they just inherit the stealth check, so it's either a success or fail depending on the stealth check of the first wolf. Might be the way to go. Certainly gonna help. But yeah, they do seem to be hunting in a full pack now, so that works at least. Means they aren't gonna need to kill as many animals to feed themselves. I think it might be good. Okay, increased deer herd size. Made wolves hunt in full pack. Made wolves hunt as a pack, let's say. Wolves, or you could even just say wolves hunt as a pack now. But without the now, we discussed this yesterday. Jesus Christ, dude. Seagull's gonna come through the window in a minute. are we at? Make sure there's nothing. Going on here that shouldn't be. I think we're good, right? Wolves hunt as a pack. Wolves inherit stealth on chain stalk. And I need to remove stealth completely on pounce. Why on earth are they making a stealth check on pounce? That doesn't make any sense. I better check the other animals as well. Oh no, that's in the state conditions. Pounce. Stealth should just be 0 when pouncing. I don't know why they've been making a stealth check there. It doesn't really make sense, does it? I should probably really test this before I ship it, and I've got to at least see that it's working. Bear state pounce. Stealth should be 0. Stalking stealth check, good. Fox state pounce 0. I think the foxes are nocturnal as well, aren't they? Damn it, I'm compiling with YYC again. We're so close. I've just gotta lock in for this final push, and then I'm done for the day. I've really got to take a leak though. I'll be right back. Need some water. Okay, so the nocturnal creatures won't actually hunt until nighttime. The bears may hunt, though. This one looks like it's hunting. What is it doing? It's sneaking up on something. There we go. Nice, that was cool. So we can see the bears are working. In fact, all three of these bears took something down. Yeah, another thing I could possibly do is make the bears hunt slightly less frequently, or get hungry less frequently. That is an option. It's just that I'm trying to keep it realistic, and bears are like constantly eating. Well, it seems to be working pretty good for the most part, or entirely. So I'm happy with that. Just wanted to make sure I tested it before I move on or upload this build. Excellent. Okay, that's pretty much it, right? Let's get that pushed to the repository. Crank the version number. And release the build. Release the beast. 574. That's quite a nice number. I like that number for some reason. 574. Hell yeah. Getting real hungry here again. I think it's about time to wrap things up, which is good because that's what I'm doing. Doesn't look like we have enough viewers to raid anybody today, unfortunately, but what can you do? Still a productive day. I think I can get back to drawing sprites tomorrow. Hopefully get these final few sprites done. Cool. All right. That's Jonas paid. I mean, the first half up front, anyway. And I am done for today. Wait, no, not quite. I gotta release this build for Ko-fi members, of course. Those sweet, sweet Ko-fi members. There we go. Alright, well, thanks for joining me today. Like I say, I'll probably be drawing sprites again tomorrow. But until then, take it easy, dude. But take it! I'll see you in the next one.